Tanda ako ikamaniya Visesa Soba Govindam Adi Purusham Tanaham Jami Govindam Adi Purusham Tanaham Jami Govindam Adi Purusham Namaham Bhajami Anandani Yasa Sakale Priya Priti Manti Pasyanti Panti Kayanti Giram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala
Krishna, 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 Hey. Krishna, 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 Rakshamam. Krishna, 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 Pahimam. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava Rakshamam. Krishna Kesava, Krishna Kesava, Krishna Kesava, Pahimam. Krishna Kesava, Krishna Kesava, Krishna Kesava, Pahimam. Jaya Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Go Premanande. Namastrestam manamapi shachiputra matra swarupam. Rupam tasya gajamaruparim maturim koshtavatim. Radha kundam girivaramoho radhika madhavasham. Prapto yasya pratita kripaya Shri Gurum tam natosmi. Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bando mue savadana mate. Bando mue savadana mate. Jahara prashare bhai bhavato riyaja. Jahara prashare bhai bhavato riyaja. Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite. Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Aikya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Oikea. Anakori ho mane asha. Arnakori ho mane asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshayu Tamagati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshayu Tamagati. Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Asha. Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Asha. Chakudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu she. Chakudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu she. Vibhya gyan hire prokashita. Vilega Jahara Charito. Prema Bhakti Jahoite Avidya Vinasa Jate. Prema Bhakti Jahoite Avidya Vinasa Jate. Videgai Jahara Charito. Videgai Jahara Charito. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Lokana Lokera Jivana. Lokana Lokera Jivana. Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya. Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya. Ibijashku Shikti Bhuvana. Ibijashku Shikti Bhuvana. Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Sri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namah. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschacharishatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jeev Jago Gaura Chandra Bole. Kota Nidra Jao Maya Pishachira Kole. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Baji baboliya eshe Shangshara Bithare Pulia rohile tumi abijara bhare rohile tumi abijara. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Tomare loite ami, huinu abatara. Ami bina bandhu aro, ke ache tomara. I have descended just to save you. Who else but me is your friend? Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Enechia Shauri Maya Nashibaro Lagi. I have brought the medicine to cure the disease of Maya. Harinam Maha Mantra Lao to me Magi. Harinam. Now beg for the Harinam Mahamantra. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thakur Bhakti Vinoda Prabhu Charane Poriya. Thakur Bhakti Vinoda Prabhu Charane Poriya. She Hari Nama Mantra Loilo Magiya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Prabhu will say. I think in between the kingdoms he will say now. He will start. So we have to speak. Okay, let me distribute this first. Oh, okay.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopala Jai Jai. Hey, Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jai Jaya. Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jai Jaya. Govinda Jai Jaya, Gopala Jai Jaya. Govinda Jai Jaya, Gopala Jai Jaya. Hey, Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jai Jaya. Radha Ramana Hare Govinda Jai Jaya. Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare. Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare, Radhe Govinda, Radhe Govinda, oh Radhe Gopala, Radhe Gopala, Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda Gopala Hare. Radhe Govinda, Radhe Gopala,
Radha Balaba,
Radha Radha Kanta, Radha Gopinata,
Radha Banka Bihari,
Radha Bank Bihari,
Kishore, Kishore,
oh Kishore, Kishore,
Radha Shama Sundar,
Radha Shama Sundar,
Radha Rasa Bihari,
Radha Ras Bihari,
Radha Madhavji, Radha Landaneshwara,
Radha Gopinata,
Radha Gopinath,
Radha Madan Mohan,
oh Radha Mara Mohan,
Radha Brij Bihari,
Radha Kunj Vihari,
Radha Shirgo Gopinatha,
Radha Shircho Gopinatha,
Radha Vraja Sundara,
Radha Vraja Sundar,
Gandharvika Girdhari,
Gandhi Vaki Gadadhari,
Radha Govardhanadari,
Radha Raman,
Radha Gopinatha,
Radha Vallabh,
Radha Kanta, Radha Nila Madhav,
Nila Mara,
Radha Gokulananda,
Radha Gokulananda,
Radha Govinda Chandra,
Radha Govinda Chandra,
Radha Braj Bihari, Radha Vraja Sundra,
Radha Madhava,
Radha Damodar,
Radha Daman,
Radhe Govinda,
Radhe Govinda,
Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Giridhari, Radha Bank Bihari, Radha Shar Bihari, Radha Raman,
Radha Ram, Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda, Gopala Hare. Bhajare, hey, Bhaja Govinda, Gopala Hare. ऐसे श्री भगवान को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है ऐसे श्री भगवान को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम ऐसे श्री ज्ञान श्याम को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है ऐसे श्री ज्ञान श्याम को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है Go Premanande Nitai Gora Hari Bola Bola Hari Bo Nitai Gora Hari Bo Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Go Premanande
Bhakti Swami, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. ISKCON Samstapaka Charja, BPT Samstapaka Charja, His ever-loving divine grace, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Jai Nitya Leela Pravishta Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Prabhupada ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Brinda ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Jai. Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath, Shri Gopala Das Raghunath, Satkashai ki Jai. Prem Sagaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Hari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Sham Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki Shri Vrindavan Dham ki Shri Mayapurna Dvip Dham ki jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai. Ganga Mayi Jamuna Mayi ki jai. Shrimati Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki jai. Go Premanandi. Shri Harir Nam Sankirtan ki jai. Shri Prihat Vedanga ki jai. Srila Prabhupada's Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai. Transcendental Mahaprasad Distribution ki jai. Samaveda Bhakta Binda ki jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami ki jai. Jai Shri Krishna Janmastami Maha Mahotsav ki jai. Jai Shri Krishna Janmastami ki jai. Jai Shri Shri Krishna ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami ki jai. Shri Krishna Janmastami Maha Mahotsav ki jai. Go Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. Go Premanandi. Hari Hari Bo.
Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jayo Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janna Ballabha Girivaradhari Gopi Janna Ballabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janna Ballabha Girivaradhari Gopi Janna Ballabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari. Can we have book stands? We need book stands. Song books. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari. Songbooks. Go Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Krishna Deva Babandham Bande. Krishna Deva Babandham Bande. Krishna Deva Babandham Bande. We'll need that song. It's in a box back there. Krishna Deva Babandham Bande. Krishna Deva Babandham Bande. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gandharvika, I'll need one too. This is a song by Rupa Goswami that we sing on Janmastami Day. And this poem is translated as follows. The translation of the title, I Praise You, Lord Krishna, from Stavamala by Srila Rupa Goswami. O Lord Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you. Please fix my bee-like mind in the nectar of your lotus feet. O Achyuta, although the great Lord Brahma, in his trance of samadhi, is unable to see even a particle of the effulgence emanating from the tips of the nails of your lotus feet, still I desire this vision, for I have heard of the wonderful waves of your mercy. O Madhava, although my devotion for you does not come forth even a tiny bit, because you are the Supreme Lord above all, you are the accomplisher of the impossible. O Sanatan, your lotus feet surpass even the nectar of the gods, finding in this lotus flower of your feet the essence of sweetness which is endowed with truly wonderful mellows. I pray that today the bee of my mind may eternally reside there.
This service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com. Please enter your
Krishna Deva Babandham Bande. Krishna Deva Babandham Bande. Krishna Deva Babandham Bande. manmanasa madhukaramarpaya manmanasa madhukaramarpaya nijapara pankaja makarande nijapara pankaja makarande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Yadyapi samadhishu vidhurapi pashyati Yadyapi samadhishu Natava nakagramarichim Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Idami chami nisham yatavachuta Idam nichami nisham Tadapi kripa bhuta vichim Tadapi kripa bhuta vichim Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Bhakti Rudan Shati Yadyapi Madhava Bhakti Rudan Shati Yadyapi Madhava Natvai Mamatila Matri Natvai Mamatila Matri Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Parameshvara Tadapi Tavadika Parameshvara Tadapi Tavadika Durgata Gatana Vidatri Durgata Gatana Vidatri Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Ayamaviloka Tadya Asanatana Ayamabilo Latayadya Sanatana Kalitad Bhuta Rasabharam Kalitad Bhuta Rasabharam Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Bande Nivasatu Nityam Ihamrita Nindati Nivasatu nityam hamrita nindati. Vindad madhurima saram. Vindad madhurima saram. Krishna Deva Bandham Bande. Krishna Deva Bandham Bande. Man Manasa Madhukara Marpaya. Man Manasa Madhukara Marpaya. Nija Pada Pankaja Makarande. Nija Pada Pankaja Makarande. Krishna Deva Bandham Bande. 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 Go Premanande. Nitai Gaura Haribo. Haribo. Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo. The same tune as Krishna Deva Bhavanda. O Lord Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you. Please fix my bee-like mind in the nectar of your lotus feet. O Achyuta, although the great Lord Brahma, in his trance of samadhi, is unable to see even a particle of the effulgence emanating from the tips of the nails of your lotus feet, I still desire this vision, for I have heard of the wonderful waves of your mercy. O Madhava, although my devotion for you does not come forth even a tiny bit, because you are the Supreme Lord above all, you are the accomplisher of the impossible. O Sanatan, your lotus feet surpass even the nectar of the gods. Finding in this lotus flower of your feet the essence of sweetness, which is endowed with truly wonderful mellows, I pray that today the bee of my mind may eternally reside there. Can I have a first canto? This is from the first canto, second chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, text number 34. Bhavayat yesha satvena lokan vai lokabhavanaha leelavatarανurato devatiryan naradishu. Thus the Lord of the universes maintains all planets inhabited by demigods, men, and lower animals. Assuming the roles of incarnations, he performs pastimes to reclaim those in the mode of pure goodness. Purport. There are innumerable material universes, and in each and every universe there are innumerable planets inhabited by different grades of living entities in different modes of nature. The Lord Vishnu incarnates himself in each and every one of them and in each and every type of living society. He manifests his transcendental pastimes amongst them just to create the desire to go back to Godhead. To create the desire for what? The Lord does not change his original transcendental position, but he appears to be differently manifested according to the particular time, circumstances, and society. Can we have Ragini going? Sometimes he incarnates himself or empowers a suitable living being to act for him, but in either case, the purpose is the same. The Lord wants the suffering living being to go back home, back to Godhead. The happiness which the living beings are hankering for is not to be found within any corner of the innumerable universes and material planets. The eternal happiness which the living beings wants is obtainable in the kingdom of God. Obtainable where? But the forgetful living beings, under the influence of the material modes, have no information of the kingdom of God. The Lord, therefore, comes to propagate the message of the kingdom of God, either personally or as an incarnation, or through his bona fide representative as the good Son of God. Such incarnations or sons of God are not making propaganda for going back to Godhead only within human society. Their work is going on in all types of society, among demigods and those other than human beings. Nindasi yagyavadher ahaha shruti jatam, page number 115. Pralaya payobdi jale dhritavannasi vedam vihita vahitra charitramakedam Kesava drita mina sharira jaya jagadisha hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Pralaya Payobdi Jale Dritavan. Thank you. Jai Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of a fish, all glories to you. You easily acted as a boat in the form of a giant fish to give protection to the Vedas, which had sunk in the turbulent sea of devastation. Shitiriha vipulatare tishtati tava prishte dharani dharanakina chakra garishte Keshavadrita kurma sharira jai jagatisha hare jai jagatisha hare jai jagatisha hare shitiriha vipulatare tishtati. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of a tortoise, all glories to you. The great Mount Mandara rests upon your gigantic back, which acts as a pivot for churning the ocean of milk, in which has thus been marked with a large circular scar-like depression. In this way, your back has become most glorious. Vasati dashana shikare dharani tava lagna Shashanikalanka Kaleva Nimagna Kesava Dhrita Shukara Rupa Jaya Jagatisha Hare Jaya Jagatisha Hare Jaya Jagatisha Hare Vasati Dashana Shikare. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of a boar, all glories to you. The earth, which had sunk into the bottom of the Garbha ocean, sits fixed upon the tip of your tusk like a spot upon the moon. Tavakara kamalavore nakamad bhuta sringam Dalita hiranya kashi putanu bringam Keshavadrita nadahari rupa Jaya Jagatisha Hare Jaya Jagatisha Hare Jaya Jagatisha Hare. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of a half man, half lion. Assumed what form? All glories to you. With the wonderfully sharp nails on your beautiful lotus hands, you have ripped apart the wasp-like body of Hiranyakashipu. Lord Nrsingadev ki. Chalayasi vikramane balim ad bhuta vamana paranaka nira janita jana pavana keshavadrita vamana rupa jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare Jai Jagatisha Hare. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe. Vrinda, can you do this Dashavatar? Come on, call Vrinda up here. Give her a hand. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of wonderful dwarf Brahmana. Vamana. All glories to you. With your massive steps, you deceive King Bali, and with the Ganges water emanating from the nails of your lotus feet, you deliver all living beings in this world. Next time. Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare, Jai Jagadisha Hare. Kshatriya Rudhiramaye Jagadapagata Papam Snapayasi Payasi Shamita Bhavatapam Kesavatrita Brigupati Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Kshatriya Rudhiramaye Jagadapagata Papa. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of Brigupati, Parusharam, all glories to you. You bathe the earth in the rivers of blood from the bodies of the demoniac Kshatriyas you have slain. In this way you wash away the sins of the world and give relief to those who suffer in material existence. Vitarasi dikshu rane dikpati kamaniyam Dasha mukha mauli balim ramaniyam Kesavatrita Rama Sharira Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Vitarasi Dikshurane Dikpati Kamaniyam O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of Ramachandra, Ramachandra ki, all glories to you. In the battle of Lanka, you destroy the 10-headed demon Ravana and distribute his heads as a delightful offering to the presiding deities of the 10 directions, a feat long desired by them all, whom that monster had much harassed. Vahasiva pushi vishade vasanam jaladabam halahati piti militaya munabam keshavadrita haladari rupa jaya jagadisha hare jaya jagadisha hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Vahasiva Pushi Vishade Jaladaba. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of a plow-wielding Balaram, Shri Balaram ki, all glories to you. On your brilliant white body, you wear garments colored like a fresh rain cloud and the river Jamuna, whom you frighten with the blows of your plow. Buddha. Nindasri yagya vidhera shruti jatam sadaya hridaya darshita pashugatam Kesavatrita buddha sharira jaya jagatisha hare jaya jagatisha hare jaya jagatisha hare Nindasi yagya vidhera jijatam Sadaya hridaya darshita pashugata. O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of Buddha, all glories to you. Shri Buddhadev ki. Your heart filled with compassion, you decry animal slaughter performed according to the scriptural rules of Vedic sacrifice. Kalkidev. Mlachani vahani dane kalayasi kalavaram. Duma ketumi kimapi karalam Kesavatrita kalki sharira jaya jagatisha hare jaya jagatisha hare jaya jagatisha hare Lachani vahanidhane Kesavatrita O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed the form of Kalki. Kalki Dev ki. All glories to you. Like a comet bearing an indescribably terrifying sword, you annihilate the wicked barbarian kings at the end of Kali Yuga. Shri Jaya Deva Kaveri Damudi Tamudaram Shinu Sukadam Shubhadam Bhavasharam Kesavatrita Dashvidarupa Jaya Jagatisha Hare Jaya Jagatisha Hare Jaya Jagatisha Hare Shri Jaya Deva Kaveri Ramudi Tamudara O Kesava, O Lord of the universe, O Lord Hari, who have assumed these 10 different incarnations. Dashavatar ki. All glories to you. O readers, please hear this most excellent hymn by poet Jayadev, for it bestows happiness and good fortune and is the best thing in this dark world. Veja mudarate jaganti vahate golamud bibrate Veja mudarate jaganti vahate golamud bibrate Daityam darayate balim chalayate Shatra shayam kurvate Paulastyam jayate halam kalayate karunyamatanbate. Lechan murchayate dasha kriti krite Krishnaya tubhyam namah. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Go Premanande Sadeva Babandam Bande Krishna Deva Babandam Bande Krishna Deva Babandam Bande Krishna Deva Babandam Bande Krishna Deva Babandam Bande. Now that's a tune you can get stuck in your head. It's got an earworm. Once it goes in, it's very difficult. Then it takes away material life. So today is Janmastami here at ISV. We want to consolidate these seats. There should be no empty seats. Everyone should fill in the gaps, defrag, and any empty seats should be removed. And when more people come in, then seats can be added. And everything should be consolidated forward. Please keep in mind that this is filmed before a live studio audience. So today we'll be keeping the vibration of the holy name going all day long. We're counting down the minutes now before the initiation of Bharani Mataji and Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu, a.k.a. SKP. Such a rare opportunity, and on Janmastami Day, it's very, very auspicious. We also have today with us His Holiness Kesava Bharati Das Goswami, who later on this evening will be reading from the Vraj Mandala Mahima, which contains beautiful pastimes written in poetic meter, which describe the spiritual world. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Janma karma chame divyam evam yoveti tatvataha tyaktva deham punar janman naiti mameti sorjuna. That one who knows me truthfully doesn't take birth again in this material world, but upon leaving the body goes back to that spiritual abode. And all that is needed for the human being, because human being means there's full opportunity to go back to God, it is just a little nudge. We're right on the fence between the lower modes of nature and animal life and ascending to the highest position in the spiritual world. And with Lord Chaitanya's mercy, just a little nudge over the fence, and we can make it to the spiritual world by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So this hearing and chanting, this will nudge us to the spiritual world in no time. And throughout the Shastra, there are these proclamations by the Lord and His devotees that very quickly these things occur. Who can say in what verses in the Bhagavad Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna or his devotees say that one who performs devotional service very quickly comes to the perfectional stage or attains devotional service? I have a verse in my mind. Can you read my mind? It's in Kapila Dev. Satam prasangam mamavirya sambido bhavanti hritkarna rasayana kata. We need the shloka books now. Satam prasangam mamavirya sambido bhavanti hritkarna rasayana kata. Taj joshanad ashwa pavarga vartmani shadaratir bhaktir anukramishati. Do you have your fancy thing? Well, yeah. If you could read that verse. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Touch Joshanat Ashu Pavargavartmani. You can look it up in your shloka book. Satam prasangam mamavirya sambido bhavanti hritkarna rasayana kata. Touch Joshanad Ashu Pavargavartmani Shadaratir Bhaktir Anukramishati. Which page? 213. Page 213 in your shloka book. Ramanuj has entered the building. Satam of pure devotees. Prasangad through the association. Mama, my, virya, wonderful activities, samvidaha, by discussion of, bhavanti, become, hrit, to the heart, karna, to the ear, rasa ayanaha, pleasing, kata, the stories, tat, of that, joshanat, by cultivation, ashu, quickly, there it is, apavarga, of liberation, vartmani, on the path, shraddha, firm faith, rati, attraction, and bhakti, devotion, anukramishati, will follow in order. Can you get the book? Get that book. In the association of pure devotees, discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge, one gradually becomes advanced on the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begin. Satam prasangam mamavirya sambido bhavanti hritkarna rasayana kata. And a microphone from our... And get him a little table, too, so he doesn't have to hold all these books.
in the association of pure devotees. Discussion of the pastimes and activities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is very pleasing and satisfying to the ear and the heart. By cultivating such knowledge, one gradually becomes advanced in the path of liberation, and thereafter he is freed and his attraction becomes fixed. Then real devotion and devotional service begin. Purport by His Divine Grace. The process of advancing in Krishna consciousness and devotional service is described here. The first point is that one must seek the association of persons who are Krishna conscious and who engage in devotional service. Without such association, one cannot make advancement. Simply by theoretical knowledge or study, one cannot make any appreciable advancement. One must give up the association of materialistic persons and seek the association of devotees. Because without the association of devotees, one cannot understand the activities of the Lord. Generally, people are convinced of the impersonal feature of the Absolute Truth. Because they do not associate with devotees, they cannot understand that the Absolute Truth can be a person and have personal activities. This is a very difficult subject matter. And unless one has personal understanding of the Absolute Truth, there is no meaning to devotion. Service or devotion cannot be offered to anything impersonal. Service must be offered to a person. Non-devotees cannot appreciate Krishna consciousness by reading the Srimad Bhagavatam or any other Vedic literature wherein the activities of the Lord are described. They think that these activities are fictional, manufactured stories, because spiritual life is not explained to them in the proper mood. To understand the personal activities of the Lord, one has to seek the association of devotees. And by such association, when one contemplates and tries to understand the transcendental activities of the Lord, the path to liberation is open, and he is freed. One who has firm faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes fixed, and his attraction for association with the Lord and the devotees increases. Association with devotees means association with the Lord. The devotee who makes this association develops the consciousness for rendering service to the Lord. And then, being situated in the transcendental position of devotional service, he gradually becomes perfect.
Another verse that says, quickly you attain. Okay, you need the microphone. And before you introduce a verse, say where it is and what page it's on, how we can all find it.
This is on page 125. It's from the Bhagavad Gita, 12, chapter 7th verse. The second half of the verse.
Sing it out.
Teshamaham sammudarta mrityu sangsara sagarat bhavami nachirat partha mai aveshita chetasam. Translation: But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Pritha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death.
Gita. And what is the word that means quickly.
Nachirat.
Nachirat. Give to Maharaj and a microphone. Would you read this one?
The translation. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service, and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Pritha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Purport. It is explicitly stated here that the devotees are very fortunate to be delivered very soon from material existence by the Lord. In pure devotional service, one comes to the realization that God is great and that the individual soul is subordinate to Him. His duty is to render service to the Lord. And if he does not, then he will render service to Maya. As stated before, the Supreme Lord can be appreciated only by devotional service. Therefore, one should be fully devoted. One should fix his mind fully on Krishna in order to achieve Him. One should work only for Krishna. It does not matter in what kind of work one engages, but that work should be done only for Krishna. That is the standard of devotional service. The devotee does not desire any achievement other than pleasing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. His life's mission is to please Krishna, and he can sacrifice everything for Krishna's satisfaction, just as Arjuna did in the battle of Kurukshetra. The process is very simple. One can devote himself in his occupation and engage at the same time in chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Such transcendental chanting attracts the devotee to the personality of Godhead. The Supreme Lord herein promises that without delay He will deliver a pure devotee, thus engaged, from the ocean of material existence. Those who are advanced in yoga practice can willfully transfer the soul to whatever planet they like by the yoga process, and others take the opportunity in various ways. But as far as the devotee is concerned, it is clearly stated here that the Lord Himself takes him. The devotee does not need to wait to become very experienced in order to transfer himself to the spiritual sky. In the Varaha Purana, this verse appears. Niyami paramam sthanam arachir adigatim vina garudas kandham aropya yathecham anivaritaha. The purport of this verse is that a devotee does not need to practice Astanga Yoga in order to transfer his soul to the spiritual planets. The responsibility is taken by the Supreme Lord himself. He clearly states here that he himself becomes the deliverer. A child is completely cared for by his parents, and thus his position is secure. Similarly, a devotee does not need to endeavor to transfer himself by yoga practice to other planets. Rather, the Supreme Lord, by his great mercy, comes at once, riding on his bird carrier, Garuda, and at once delivers the devotee from material existence. Although a man who has fallen in the ocean may struggle very hard and may be very expert in swimming, he cannot save himself. But if someone comes and picks him up from the water, then he is easily rescued. Similarly, the Lord picks up the devotee from this material existence. One simply has to practice the easy process of Krishna consciousness and fully engage himself in devotional service. Any intelligent man should always prefer the process of devotional service to all other paths. In the Narayaniya, this is confirmed as follows. Yavai sadhana sampatti purushartha chatustaye taya vina tadapnoti naro narayanasrayaha. The purport of this verse is that one should not engage in the different processes of fruitive activity or cultivate knowledge by the mental speculative process. One who is devoted to the Supreme Personality can attain all the benefits derived from other yogic processes, speculation, rituals, sacrifices, charities, etc. That is the specific benediction of devotional service. Simply by chanting the holy name of Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. A devotee of the Lord can approach the supreme destination easily and happily. But this destination cannot be approached by any other process of religion. The conclusion of Bhagavad Gita is stated in the 18th chapter. Sarvadharmam parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami ma shuchaha. One should give up all other processes of self-realization and simply execute devotional service in Krishna consciousness. That will enable one to reach the highest perfection of life. There is no need for one to consider the sinful actions of his past life, because the Supreme Lord takes charge of him. Therefore, one should not futilely try to deliver himself in spiritual realization. Let everyone take shelter of the Supreme Omnipotent Godhead Krishna. That is the highest perfection of life. Haribo.
Haribo. So, 3 reflections, something you heard that you want to bring out. But do it quick, because time's going by. Okay.
The last point which was mentioned, that you should not futilely try to do it yourself, but you should try to take shelter of the Lord, and it will be all set.
Marge, do you want to comment on that?
Anything but devotional service is a waste of time.
A few more? What did you hear?
I really like the point where Srila Prabhupada says Lord Krishna personally comes on his Garuda carrier to take you back to God.
Yeah. Marge. Huh? Garuda. Here, give him my...
Yeah, very clearly and emphatically. It is, Bhakti is exclusively, I think similar to what Maharaj is saying, Bhakti is no other practice that people have undertaken, such as Astanga Yoga, or sacrifice, or tapasya, austerities. Prabhupada is quoting the last verse of the Bhagavad Gita, where one has to abandon all of the processes and just completely focus on the simple process of chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
More points.
This point I liked. It doesn't matter in what kind of work one engages, but that work should be done only for Krishna. That is the standard of devotional service.
What did you like about that?
Everybody is inclined to different type of work. So what work they do doesn't matter. The consciousness with which they do, that is what is important.
Nice. Good points. Couple more. What did you hear? Here's one. The devotee does not need to wait to become very experienced in order to transfer himself to the spiritual sky. That's profound, isn't it? Doesn't have to wait to become experienced. Marge will say, why not? I'm asking you back.
It's your turn, my turn.
Go ahead.
Because the process doesn't depend on our own strength or our own ability. It depends on pleasing Krishna. It depends on Krishna completely. So the most simple-hearted thing that you do, and which pleases Krishna, attracts Krishna. And when Krishna becomes attracted, anything's possible, because he can do anything. He can deliver you immediately. So therefore, that should be our mentality. How to please Krishna.
Can I have the 10th canto, part 1? We're continuing our reading in the 10th canto. Over the last few days, we started on the first chapter, and we came to the very end of it. And now, at the very end of this chapter, Prabhupada has included what is called additional notes for this chapter, for chapter 1. And who can say what happened in chapter 1?
Vasudeva convinced Kamsa not to kill Devaki.
Okay. Anything before that? You have to use the microphone. We've ordered a bushel basket full of microphones. Now we have 2, so you have to wait till it comes.
The earth was overburdened, and earth goes and prays to Brahma, and Brahma, along with other demigods, goes to the shore of the Shvetadeep and prays to the Vishnu.
Why did they do that?
The earth was overburdened by the demons, the sinful activities of demons.
So they went and approached the Lord by approaching Brahma and then going to the milk ocean. And who was it who approached Brahma and told him that the earth was being overburdened?
The earth in the form of cow.
Earth in the form of cow. Tradas Prabhu. He'll say more about this. He's a scholar of the Krishna book. Prabhupada personally told him he should study Krishna book very carefully.
But I have no brain, so it doesn't stay. I just have to keep reading it. It doesn't stick. As a bhumi, the form of a cow, approached on the ocean of milk, on the shore of the ocean of milk. The earth in the form of a cow.
So then Brahma offered prayers along with the other demigods. And what prayers did he offer? Yes. And who knows the Purusha Sukta? I don't know anything. Purusha Sukta, who knows what the Purusha Sukta is? Who knows what canto of the Bhagavatam confirms the Purusha Sukta? Second canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, one of the chapters is called Purusha Sukta Confirmed. And what's it about?
It's the description of the Supreme Lord, how at the first few shlokas that I read, it's about how Krishna's mouth and what each part of his body represents.
So Purusha gives it away, right? Because he's a person. And then there's the Purusha Sukta actually gives a description of the creation and how the universal form is the form of the Lord, all the different aspects of the Lord's body. And all of those are offered in sacrifice, we offer in sacrifice in order to please the Lord. And all the ingredients actually come from him originally, and they're offered back to him. And then they become transcendentalized. Brahmarpanam brahmahavir brahmagnau brahmanohutam brahmaiva tena gantavya brahma karma samadhina. So they offered the Purusha Sukta prayers, and then they heard back from the Lord. In what form? Did they get an email? A. B. A postcard. C. An SMS. D. None of the above. What was it? What kind of message did they get from the Lord in Shvetadweep? Mukaravind is on a roll. He's in the back, so's Damodar. Yes, go ahead. He's multitasking, setting up a yajna pit and answering questions at the same time.
Actually, when Lord Brahma goes, so he only can get direct inside his heart. Krishna reveals. Actually, it also in the first canto, first 1.1.1 also it is mentioned. Te Brahma Hridaya Adi Kavi. Like whenever Krishna reveals, he reveals him in his heart.
Okay, into the heart of Brahma. Teni Brahma Hridaya Adi Kaviye. Into the heart of Brahma. And what was the message that Krishna sent into the heart of Brahma, which then Brahma then conveyed to all the demigods? Kesava Bharati Maharaj.
That he would appear as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, along with his energies, and that the demigods should take birth in the family of the Yadus and Vishnus in order to assist him in his mission.
Good news. Krishna decided to appear And then what happened? What happens in the story after that? So this is, in the 10th canto in the beginning, the scene is set where we're hearing Shukadeva Goswami speaking to Maharaj Parikshit. And Maharaj Parikshit comments that normally if somebody's fasting, now this is a good verse for today, right? Because somebody may be fasting today. He said normally when somebody's fasting, they'll feel a little bit of fatigue from not eating or not drinking. He said, but I don't feel any of those things. Why did he say that? According to the verse in the Mukharavind. Okay.
He says Hari Katha Amritam, like by the hearing the Hari Katha, I'm just satisfied.
Chuttam Hari Kathamritam, because of the nectar that is falling from your mouth, I'm being sustained. I'm drinking something much, much better. So a very interesting point. Maharaj Parikshit is fasting with no water, no food, and no sleep for 7 days, and then he's going to die. But he's completely absorbed in ecstasy, hearing the topics coming from the mouth of Shukadeva Goswami. And then he says that there are 3 kinds of people who get benefit from this kind of Krishna Katha. And who are the 3 kinds? Yes, let's give a chance to others. Mayapur Bihari.
The Shrota, one who speaks, the one who listens, and everyone surrounding, the third one.
And everybody else who it hits, right? So the speaker, the listener, and anybody else in between within earshot, Maharaj is saying, who hears that vibration, everyone gets purified. So that's how powerful this Krishna Katha is. And then there's a very important and famous verse which comes up, and I've got it in my mind. What verse am I thinking? And the verse talks about how only persons who are free from material thirst can be interested in hearing Krishna Katha. And it'll be in your shloka book. Anybody know the verse? Mukharavind knows it, but he's past his quota. Nivritta tarsha rupagiyamana bhavaushadach chotra manobirama ka uttama shloka gunanavana puman virajeta vinapashugnat. Let's find it and take a look. Very important verse. Nivritta tarsha rupagiyamana. You find it at the beginning of the 10th.
Page 247 in the shloka book.
247 in the shloka book. Let's say it together. At the bottom of 247, it's 10.1.2. 2.1.4. Nivritta tarshad upagiyamana bhavaushadach chotra manobirama ka uttama shloka gunanuvada Uman virajeta vinapashugna. 2 more times. Nivritta tarshed upagiyamana bhavaushadach chotra manobirama ka uttama shloka gunanuvadad Uman virajeta vinapashugna. Nivritta tarshed upagiyamana bhavaushadach chotra manobirama ka uttama shloka gunanuvadad Puman virajeta vinapashugnad. Translation. Glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is performed in the parampara system, that it is conveyed from spiritual master to disciple. Such glorification is relished by those no longer interested in the false temporary glorification of this cosmic manifestation. Descriptions of the Lord are the right medicine for the conditioned soul undergoing repeated birth and death. Therefore, who will cease hearing such glorification of the Lord except a butcher or one who is killing his own self? Interestingly, once when I was in Tokyo, I went out with a few devotees to distribute books and chant Harinam, and we walked down the street from the temple, and I noticed that just near where we were chanting, there was a butcher shop. So I went inside, and I met... Actually, the reason I went inside was because we were having a Harinam Sankirtan just outside, and I saw the butcher looking out the window, and then he came to the door, and he looked out to see us. And in Japan, that's a big thing, because people don't look at each other. You're not supposed to... Socially, it's not so acceptable to stare at people or even catch a glance. So when he looked, I thought, this is something. And he went back in. So I chased him. I went back in the butcher shop. And I showed him the Easy Journey to Other Planets in Japanese. And then he bought it. And I looked in there later, and he was sitting behind his counter reading the Easy Journey to Other Planets. And I was thinking about this first, that even that a butcher won't be interested. And I was thinking that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy is so powerful that even somebody in a butcher shop can be washed away by the Harinam and then getting a book afterwards. And it felt very good, like I scored extra points for that, going in the butcher shop. So there's a scene which takes place, which opens in the first chapter of the 10th canto, which involves Vasudeva, Devaki, and Kamsa. And where are they all going? What's the scene?
Well, the scene is that Kamsa is Devaki's brother. And Devaki and Vasudeva were just married. And it's the custom that the brother, because the girl who's just married might feel a little uncomfortable going to another house. Because in the Vedic culture, the girls, they stay. They don't go roaming around like they do nowadays, here and there. And so, in order to help the newlyweds feel comfortable, a family member, generally the brother, will accompany her to the house of the new family, her husband and his family. So this was the scene that Kamsa was driving the chariot of Devaki and Vasudeva, and they were going to the house of Vasudeva.
Thank you, Maharaj. And then what happened? So they're riding along on a chariot. We don't see many chariots nowadays, but it's
Lexus.
a beautiful sight to see a chariot. And this wedding party is going along, and
200 horses.
Everyone's in a joyous mood. It's a wedding. And then something breaks up the mood and changes everything suddenly. What is it? Okay, give it to Trados.
A voice is heard from above.
Can you tell us more about the voice? Where is that voice from?
It's coming from above. There's not really much explanation of exactly where it's a voice heard from above in the sky. Mystical voice predicting, speaking to Kamsa, saying, Kamsa, you're such a fool because you're driving the chariot of your sister, but her 8th son will be the end of you, will be your demise, will kill you.
So that disturbed Kamsa's mind.
Quite a bit.
Yes. And you know, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in the Sarta Darshini says that voice came from the demigods because they were anxious to
move things up, speed up the process.
They wanted to speed things up. Everyone wants to see Krishna appear and perform his pastime, so they keep like, okay, tell him what's happening. So now Kamsa hears that he's going to be killed by the 8th son born of his sister. So what does he do? Kind-hearted
old fellow.
Person that he is.
Pulls his sword out immediately. Grabs the hair of the sword.
Okay, so riding on the chariot. Actually, he's driving the chariot, right?
Yeah. He stops.
He stops. He grabs the hair of Devaki in one hand, and in the other hand he pulls out his sword and he's about to decapitate his sister on her wedding day, right in front of everybody. So Prabhupada talks about this, that this is the demoniac spirit. Just for the sake of saving one's personal sense gratification, he can sacrifice anything in this world, practically. Okay, so then what happens? Who responds? Yes. Priya Kishori.
Vasudev tells Kamsa that this is your newlywed sister, how can you kill her? And he somehow tries to convince Kamsa to not kill her, and he says, every child that is born I will come and show to you, and then you can kill them, but don't
What did he
kill
say
them.
before that? Before he said, I will give you the children one after another, what kind of preaching did he do to Kamsa?
If the children of Devaki are going to kill you, but why would you kill Devaki?
Didn't he give him some philosophy? Mayapur has it.
One of the things, he did 4 things. One of the things is, when he praised Kamsa, being an expert diplomat himself, Vasudev tried to pacify Kamsa by saying that you are a brave person and your kirti is worldwide, and what will happen to your fame if you kill a woman who happens to be your own younger sister on a marriage day. And such actions does not befit a brave person like you.
Nice. So he started with that. Then
also he mentioned that we are this body. We are just, this is the body is temporary, and within the body there is soul. So if the death will come, it certainly comes. So why you worry if the eighth child of the Devaki will kill you? Then death will come. Like you have to, everyone has to end their life. So why you worry about it? So he's give the philosophy about the soul and how the body gets changing.
what other philosophy did he speak? This very interesting section in there, he talks about Mukharvin's back in.
Atma Tattva Gyan.
Tell about Atma Tattva Gyan. What are some of the metaphors or examples that he uses? The mind.
He tells how a person he's placing a one leg and then pushing a second leg. Similarly, we get, and when he's comfortable, he keeps the second leg. And then he tells similarly, living entity get one body and another body.
But he uses the example of a little worm, right?
Worm also, yeah.
Inchworm. It picks up its body and then places it in the next location, next leaf. And then when it knows that it's secure, then it moves onto that next leaf. So similarly, soul gets ready, prepares for its next body, and then it moves on. He also talked about the mind, the effect of the mind on the soul. Do you remember that? He said that just like in reflection on water, when the water is moving, then you see the reflection to be moving too. So similarly, the mind affected by the three modes of material nature seems to be agitated. And because of our identification with the mind, we stay in the three modes of material nature and the cycle of birth and death and so on. So he's definitely giving Atma Tattva Gyan. At first he tried to appeal to his sense of honor, and then he preached to him. But then he, just to save the day, now there's a very interesting verse in this section in which Shukadeva Goswami says that one must always try to save one's life. One must try to stay alive in this world. Do you remember that? Why does he say that it's your duty to stay alive? Who can quote a verse that says it's your duty to stay alive? Go ahead.
I can't quote the verse, but it seems to me, if I'm remembering right, it seems that the body belongs to Krishna. Body doesn't belong to us. It belongs to Krishna. Therefore, it's our duty to keep it alive for Krishna. And the example is that in Lord Chaitanya's Leela, when Sanatana Goswami contacted itching sores on his way to Jagannath Puri, they became so bad that they were weeping. They were moist sores. And then when he saw Lord Chaitanya in Jagannath Puri, Lord Chaitanya embraced him, and he was horrified that his body would be the source of something uncomfortable for the Lord. So he made his determination that he would jump in front of the cart in Rath Yatra and end his life while he was looking at Lord Chaitanya. And that way he would attain perfection. Because if you see the Lord when you leave your body, then you attain perfection. So this was his idea. But then when Lord Chaitanya, who knew everything, he's Krishna, he knew everything, when he saw Sanatana Goswami, he said, why are you thinking like this? You said that you surrendered your body to me. So now your body belongs to me. So you don't have the right to take it. I have things I want to do with it. I have a mission. And your body is very important in me conducting this mission. So the body belongs to me, so you can't take it from me.
And thank you, Maharaj. And here's the verse. As long as he has intelligence and bodily strength, an intelligent person must try to avoid death. Must try to avoid what? This is the duty of every embodied person. But if death cannot be avoided in spite of one's endeavors, a person facing death commits no offense. Purport: it is natural for a person facing untimely death to try his best to save himself. This is one's duty. Although death is sure, everyone should try to avoid it and not meet death without opposition, because every living soul is by nature eternal. Because death is a punishment imposed in the condemned life of material existence, the Vedic culture is based on avoiding death. Tyaktva deham punarjanmanaiti. Everyone should try to avoid death and rebirth by cultivating spiritual life, and should not submit to death without struggling to survive. One who is not trying to stop death is not an intelligent human being. Because Devaki was face to face with imminent death, it was Vasudev's duty to save her, as he was trying his best to do. He therefore considered another way to approach Kamsa so that Devaki would be saved. Vasudeva considered, by delivering all my sons to Kamsa, who is death personified, I shall save the life of Devaki. Perhaps Kamsa will die before my sons take birth, or since he is already destined to die at the hands of my son, one of my sons may kill him. For the time being, let me promise to hand over my sons, so that Kamsa will give up this immediate threat. And if in due course of time Kamsa dies, I shall have nothing to fear. When a fire for some unseen reason leaps over one piece of wood and sets fire to the next, the reason is destiny. Similarly, when a living being accepts one kind of body and leaves aside another, there is no other reason than unseen destiny. After thus considering the matter as far as his knowledge would allow, Vasudeva submitted his proposal to the sinful Kamsa with great respect. Vasudeva's mind was full of anxiety because his wife was facing danger, but in order to please the cruel, shameless, and sinful Kamsa, he externally smiled and spoke to him as follows. Vasudeva said, O best of the sober, you have nothing to fear from your sister Devaki because of what you have heard from the unseen omen. The cause of death will be her sons. Therefore, I promise that when she gives birth to the sons from whom your fear has arisen, I shall deliver them all into your hands. Srila Shukadeva Goswami continued, Kamsa agreed to the logical arguments of Vasudeva, and having full faith in Vasudeva's words, he refrained from killing his sister. Vasudeva, being pleased with Kamsa, pacified him further and entered his own house. Each year thereafter, in due course of time, Devaki, the mother of God, and all the demigods gave birth to a child. Thus she bore 8 sons, one after another, and a daughter named Subhadra. Vasudeva was very much disturbed by fear of becoming a liar by breaking his promise. Thus, with great pain, he delivered his firstborn son, named Kirtiman, into the hands of Kamsa. What is painful for saintly persons who strictly adhere to the truth? How could there not be independence for pure devotees who know the Supreme Lord as the substance? What deeds are forbidden for persons of the lowest character? And what cannot be given up for the sake of Lord Krishna by those who have fully surrendered at his lotus feet? My dear King Parikshit, when Kamsa saw that Vasudeva, being situated in truthfulness, was completely equipoised in giving him the child, he was very happy. Therefore, with a smiling face, he spoke as follows. O Vasudeva, you may take back your child and go home. I have no fear of your first child. It is the 8th child of you and Devaki I am concerned with, because that is the child by whom I am destined to be killed. Vasudeva agreed and took his child back home. But because Kamsa had no character and no self-control, Vasudeva knew that he could not rely on Kamsa's word. The inhabitants of Vrindavan, headed by Nanda Maharaj and including his associate cowherd men and their wives, were none but denizens of the heavenly planets, O Maharaj Parikshit, best of the descendants of Bharata. And so too were the descendants of the Vrishni dynasty headed by Vasudeva and Devaki and the other women of the dynasty of Yadu. The friends, relatives, and well-wishers of both Nanda Maharaj and Vasudeva, and even those who externally appeared to be followers of Kamsa, were all demigods. Once the great saint Narada approached Kamsa and informed him of how the demoniac persons who were a great burden on the earth were going to be killed. Thus Kamsa was placed into great fear and doubt. After the departure of the great saint Narada, Kamsa thought that all the members of the Yadu dynasty were demigods and that any of the children born from the womb of Devaki might be Vishnu. Fearing his death, Kamsa arrested Vasudeva and Devaki and chained them with iron shackles. Suspecting each of the children to be Vishnu, Kamsa killed them one after another because of the prophecy that Vishnu would kill him.
You, O leader among men, should explain to us how it is that the residents of Braj can be demigods. Because they can't be. Because Yashoda, Nanda Maharaj, the gopis, the ever-liberated gopis, they're eternal associates. There's no way that you can become one of them. No way that a demigod can become one of them because they're eternally engaged in Krishna's service. So I would like you to explain that to us,
well,
please.
Maharaj, according to Sanatana Goswami, those demigods are partial expansions of the original parishads or the associates, eternal associates of the Lord, but they expand themselves into those forms to participate in certain ways in the Lord's pastimes.
Let me get this straight. So the residents of... Sanatana Goswami explains that all the different associates of Krishna, wherever he goes, in whatever incarnation, they're all actually expansions of the original personalities in Braj. Just like all the goddesses of fortune are expansions of the form of Srimati Radharani, and then Durga is the shadow, so it's all coming from her, all the female forms. And all the male forms are coming from the different residents of Braj, depending on their relationship that they had with Krishna. So when they come into the material world, they sometimes take partial incarnations as demigods. And then when Krishna comes in his original form and his eternal associates come, then those residents, partial incarnations from the heavenly planets, they appear and they enter into the bodies, the complete associates, the eternal associates. And that's how it happens. That it can appear externally that someone prayed to become the parent of Krishna and then appears as the parent of Krishna. They enter into the eternal parent of Krishna when Krishna appears And then when he disappears, those partial incarnations of the demigods, they go back to the heavenly planets. And the eternal associates of Krishna, they accompany Krishna back to Goloka Vrindavan.
Got it? Thank you. Yes?
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Prabhu, about death. So, on one hand, we heard that death should be avoided and it should be tried to continue to live. On the other hand, the attitude of Parikshit Maharaj is also praised that once he got death, then he accepted it. And he did not really go and do anything to really fight it or anything. He just said, okay, this is an opportunity to hear about Krishna Katha and become spiritually realized. So they are both attitudes. On one hand, this, and the other hand, Parikshit Maharaj's attitude. So how do we take that?
Bhakti Raghava Swami will answer.
Under normal circumstances, one should continue to live, means one should avoid death. For a personality like Parikshit Maharaj, actually Prabhupada explains he could have counteracted, but he accepted the curse. Just like we see in different places how when to honor the words of certain personalities, one, although may change, one will let providence or destiny take its course. Of course, Parikshit Maharaj was he was already liberated personality. So he respected or accepted the curse that was there. He actually understood that he had committed some small error, and so he accepted the curse of the Brahmana. So in this way, he decided to hear for 7 days from Shukadeva Goswami. That's my understanding.
And ultimately, that was the reason. So that the Srimad Bhagavatam could enter into human society and give shelter. So if there's a superior result that happens from one giving up the body, then one can do it without taking reactions. If there's a superior
Good
duty.
point.
And in this case, it was the Lord's will that the Srimad Bhagavatam enter into society and save everyone.
Another case of a higher cause for giving up one's body is Dadichi, who's famous because when the demigods were in trouble because Indra had offended his spiritual master Brihaspati by not properly receiving him when he came into the assembly, and he continued to take worship. Then Indra and all the demigods lost their power. And in the course of that, trying to readjust their position, they had gone to find out from Lord Vishnu what they could do. and he told them that they had to approach the sage, Didichi. Actually, there's a lot more to the story, but in the course of their counteracting their falling down from power, the Lord told them that they had to go to Didichi and ask for his bones, because they needed to make a weapon out of his bones. And he told them, don't worry, Didichi will give you this charity. At first he'll refuse because he wants to hear you preach about Atma Tattva Gyan. But afterwards he'll give you in charity. So they went and they said, we request some little charity from you. And he said, what can I give you? Anything. And they said, we'd like your body. We need your bones. And he donated. He gave the bones. I want to make one more point, and that is that the Prabhupada tells how different people in various positions should either live or die. So he says, for the brahmachari, the sage blesses different people in different ways. So for the brahmachari, he says, you die now, because you're performing so many austerities in this life, but the result of that is that you're going to be liberated. So you might as well die now anyway. And then he says, for the prince, who's licentious and who's used to just enjoying life in every way, he says, don't die. Because as soon as you do, then you'll have to experience the sinful reactions. And then for the butcher, he says, don't live, don't die. Because the butcher, after he dies, he's going to be punished by Yamaraj. And even in this life, his job is so hellish, it's like being in hell anyway. And for the Vaishnav, he says, you can live or die. It doesn't matter either way. Because if you're alive, then you are living with Krishna. And if you die, you're going to go to Krishna also, either way. Because devotees are not concerned with their particular position. Gandharvika.
Prabhuji, the interesting point from your reading that I noticed, usually we say that the devotees are very merciful, and Narada Muni even turned like a hunter into a pure soul. But why is it in Kamsa's case, he is thinking that he should, so that his sinful activities are increased? So is there any way we can understand the activities of the soul from that point of view, or transcendental devotees?
Tradas Prabhu will answer.
Can you repeat it more?
So I was just asking, like Narada Muni is capable of turning any soul into a devotee, but in Kamsa's case, why is he want to increase?
He wasn't worried because he knew that Kamsa will be killed by Krishna, so he'll be liberated anyway. So there's no loss. And at the same time, it's for bringing Krishna to save all the devotees, to kill all the demons and save the devotees. So Kamsa is the main focal point of the whole reason for Krishna's coming down to this world. So Narada Muni is out of his mercy to the whole world, to all the people. He's in trying to get Krishna to speed things up. That's why he tells Kamsa, you know that actually you got tricked, that Krishna's hiding in Vrindavan, and all the demons you're sending, they're being killed by Krishna. That makes him angry. So, because he also knows that the more sinful he becomes, the more he tortures the devotees, then the reaction, Krishna will come that much quicker to end his life, and he'll be liberated anyway. So it's good for him and it's good for everyone. Narada Muni is always merciful. The Vaishnava is always doing exactly what's best for as many people as possible.
Do you buy that?
Yes, Prabhu, but it really feels so bad that so many devotees had to suffer. But from what Prabhuji is saying, it's for a higher cause. Whatever the transcendental souls do is good.
Vishwanath, or one of the acharyas makes the point that actually, ultimately, Krishna wanted to protect the Brajvasis because he was most attached to them. So he did all kinds of things so that the demons wouldn't go to Braj and disturb. And that also is a reason why he did that to Kamsa. And Narada Muni is a part of the pastime, so he's also thinking of ways to protect the Brajvasis. No, this was after. I mean, after Krishna left, he didn't want the demons to continue to go to Braj. And Kamsa would have been one of those who would have gone.
We didn't hear you, and neither did the internet audience.
Oh. That's why he didn't go back to Vrindavan, or supposedly didn't go back to Vrindavan, because he didn't want all the big ones like Jarasandha and the armies and everybody to follow him back to, which would have been quite a disturbance.
After the departure of the great Saint Narada, Kamsa thought that all the members of the Yadu dynasty were demigods, and that any of the children born from the womb of Devaki might be Vishnu. Fearing his death, Kamsa arrested Vasudeva and Devaki and chained them in iron shackles. Suspecting each of the children to be Vishnu, Kamsa killed them one after another because of the prophecy that Vishnu would kill him. Purport. Srila Jiva Goswami, in his notes on this verse, has mentioned how Narada Muni gave Kamsa this information. This incident is described in the Harivamsha. Narada Muni went to see Krishna by providence, and Kamsa received him very well. Narada therefore informed him that any one of the sons of Devaki might be Vishnu. Because Vishnu was to kill him, Kamsa should not spare any of Devaki's children. Narada Muni advised. Now, of course, we find out later, Gandharvika, that who these children were and so forth, right? And actually, there's a perfect plan, because they were all getting the results of their previous offense that they had made. Yeah. To Brahma. Narada's intention was that Kamsa, by killing the children, would increase his sinful activities so that Krishna would soon appear to kill him. Upon receiving the instructions of Narada Muni, Kamsa killed all the children of Devaki one after another. The word Anjana Shankaya indicates that Lord Vishnu never takes birth, Ajana, and that he therefore appeared as Krishna, taking birth just like a human being. Manushim Tanumashritam. Kamsa attempted to kill all the babies born of Devaki and Vasudeva, although he knew that if Vishnu were born, he would not be killed. Actually, it came to pass that when Vishnu appeared as Krishna, Kamsa could not kill him. Rather, as foretold, it was he who killed Kamsa. One should know in truth how Krishna, who takes his birth transcendentally, acts to kill the demons, but is never killed. When one perfectly understands Krishna in this way, through the medium of Shastra, one becomes immortal. As the Lord says in Bhagavad Gita 4:9, Janma karma chame divyam evam yo veti tatvataha tyaktva punar janma naiti mameti sarjuna. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. 67. Kings greedy for sense gratification on this earth almost always kill their enemies indiscriminately. To satisfy their own whims, they may kill anyone, even their mothers, fathers, brothers, or friends. In his previous birth, Kamsa had been a great demon named Kalinemi and had been killed by Vishnu. Upon learning this information from Narada, Kamsa became envious of everyone connected with the Yadu dynasty. Kamsa, the most powerful son of Ugrasena, even imprisoned his own father, the king of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andaka dynasties, and personally ruled the states, known as Shurasena. And now the purport is, the state known as Mathura was also included within the states known as Shurasena. And here are additional notes from this chapter. Regarding transmigration of the soul, Srila Madhvacharya gives the following notes. When one is awake, whatever one sees or hears is impressed upon the mind, which later works in dreams to show one different experiences, although in dreams one appears to accept a different body. For example, when one is awake, one does business and talks with customers, and similarly in dreams one meets various customers, talks about business, and gives quotations. Madhvacharya says, therefore, that dreams take place according to what one sees, hears, and remembers. When one reawakens, of course, one forgets the body in a dream. This forgetfulness is called apasmriti. Thus, we are changing bodies because we are sometimes dreaming, sometimes awake, and sometimes forgetful. Forgetfulness of our previously created body is called death. And our work in the present body is called life. I'll read that again. Forgetfulness of our previously created body is called death, and our work in our present body is called life. That would be a good line, so to speak, for Sankirtan. When you could show the changing bodies. Somebody could take a note of this. We show the changing body, right? And then you say, look it. We're changing bodies because we are we just say, forgetfulness of our previously created body is called death, and then you point to the death. And our work in our present body is called life. What do you think? You like it? Okay, we'll try it out. After death, one cannot remember the activities in one's previous body, whether imaginary or factual. The agitated mind is compared to agitated water reflecting the sun and the moon. Actually, the sun and moon reflected on the water do not exist there. Nonetheless, they are reflected according to the movements of the water. Similarly, when our minds are agitated, we wander in different material atmospheres and receive different types of bodies. This is described in Bhagavad Gita as gunasanga. Karanam gunasangosya sarasad yoni janmasu. Madhvacharya says, Gunanubhada san. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Brahmanda Brahmate kon bhagyavan jeev. From the Madhya Lila 19:151. The living entity rotates up and down throughout the universe, sometimes in the upper planetary system, sometimes in the middle and lower planetary systems, sometimes as a man, sometimes as a god, a dog, a tree, and so on. This is all due to the agitation of the mind. What's it all due to? Agitation of the mind. What's it all due to? Agitation of the mind. What's it all due to? Agitation of the mind. Correct. The mind, therefore, must be steadily fixed. As is said, Savaimana Krishna Padara Vindayo, one should fix one's mind on the lotus feet of Krishna, and then one will become free from agitation. This is the instruction of the Garuda Purana, and in the Naradiya Purana the same process is described. As stated in Bhagavad Gita, Yanti Deva Vrta Devan. Where does that verse appear? Thank you. The agitated mind goes to different planetary systems because it is attached to different kinds of demigods. But one does not go to the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by worshipping demigods, for this is not supported by any Vedic literature. Where does it say that in the Bhagavad Gita? Could we give him a microphone? Ajantya Vidi Purvakam. Avidi Purvakam. Krishna calls in the Bhagavad Gita worship of demigods avidhi. It's against the rules.
9th chapter also.
Thank you. Can you give the verse? You can look it up. Verse number?
I don't remember.
He's got it.
Exactly. Is that the right verse?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. It's 20, let me see, 20, 21, 22, 23.
23.
Okay.
23,
Read it out loud.
Epi anya devata bhakta yajante shraddhayanvita tepi mameva kaunteya yajanti avidhi purvakam. Those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in a wrong way.
Thank you. And the verse number?
923.
923. Avidhi purvakam means they are doing in a wrong way. It's avidhi to worship the demigods. So, the agitated mind goes to different planetary systems because it is attached to the different kinds of demigods. But one does not go to the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by worshipping demigods, for this is not supported by the Vedic literature. Man is the architect of his own fortune. In this human life, one has the facility with which to understand one's real situation, and one can decide whether to wander around the universe forever or return back home, back to Godhead. Another Sankirtan line. Here it is. Man is the architect of his own fortune. In this human life, one has the facility with which to understand one's real situation, and one can decide whether to wander around the universe forever or return back home, back to God. I like that. You could present that, right, Trados? That's a good one. Did somebody mark it? This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Aprapyamam nivartante mrityu samsara vartmani. Where is that mentioned? Mrityu samsara vartmani. 9.3. Sharadana purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapyamam nivartante mrityu samsara vartmani. Now we're counting down the seconds practically for the initiation ceremony coming up in just 12 minutes. We're getting warmed up for the fire sacrifice. Did you sit on that Mount Meru seat the other night? That really tall? Were you able to sit on that? Oh, okay. That's good. All right. There is no such thing as chance. When a tree is burning in the forest fire, and although the nearest tree is spared, a distant tree catches fire, this may appear to be chance. Similarly, one may seem to get different types of bodies by chance, but actually one receives these bodies because of the mind. The mind flickers between accepting and rejecting, and according to the acceptance and rejections of the mind, rejection of the mind, we receive different types of bodies, although we superficially seem to obtain these bodies by chance. Even if we accept the theory of chance, the immediate cause for the change of body is the agitation of the mind. Therefore we say, Doyal nitai chaitanya bole, nachiriyar marman, doyal nitai chaitanya bole, chiriyar marman, nachiriyar marman, nachiriyar marman, nachiriyar marman, nachiriyar marman, doyal nitai chaitanya bole, nachiriyar marman, nitai chaitanya bole, nachiriyar marman, nachiriyar marman, Nachariyar marman, nachariyar marman, nachariyar marman. Hey! Nachariyar marman, nachariyar marman. Doyal nitai chaitanya bole, nachariyar marman. Chaitanya bole, nachariyar marman. So, the mind has to dance in Krishna consciousness and not to the song of Maya. This Maya is playing her tune in the material world, and people dance to that tune, and then they get one material body after another. But the trick is, Prabhupada says in the introduction to the Bhagavad Gita, to transfer one's attention from Maya to the Vedic literature. And the Vedic literature is perfectly presented in its essence in the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Who can say what verse perfectly states that? That all the Vedas are in the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Shamalangi looks like she wants to give it a shot. Huh? Go ahead. in the Hare Krishna mantra. But we'll take that anyway. Go ahead. No verse goes in vain here.
15. Vedaischa sarvairahameva vedyo vedanta krit vedavid eva chaham.
Support your position. Support your position.
The essence of all the Vedas means I am to be known. Krishna is saying that by reading Vedas we have to know Krishna. So Krishna is the essence of Vedas. That's what...
Okay, let's ask our judges if they accept that. Maharaj, accept it or... Okay, it's accepted. Give her a hand. Let's hear another verse that tells us that all the essence of the Vedas are there within the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Yes, in the front row we have another contender. Govinda Charana is on a roll today.
Hare Nama Hare Nama Hare Nama Vekevalam Kalo Nasteva 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 Gatiranyata. Forgot the other part, but Sarvat Vedeshu Grihyate.
You're thinking of the Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Iti Sodasakam Nam Nam Kali Kalam Ashanashanam.
Iti forgot the full verse.
You can look it up. Iti Sodasakam Nam Nam Kali Kalmashanashanam. That's the last line. Very good citation. Yes? And Shraddha, while he's looking it up, has 2.
This is from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3rd, Chapter 33, verse number 7. The conversation between Kapildev and Devahuti. So it says, Aho bat swapachyoto gariyan yat jivagre vartate nam tubhyam te pustapaste jivahu sasnurarya brahmanuchur nama grihanti yete. And it says, oh, how glorious are those whose tongues are chanting your holy name. Even if born in the family of dog eaters, such persons are worshipable. Persons who chant the holy name of your Lordship must have executed all kinds of austerities and fire sacrifices and achieved the good manners of Aryans. To be chanting the holy name of your Lordship, they must have bathed at holy places of pilgrimages, studied the Vedas, and fulfilled everything required.
That works very well. Just take one for now, and we're going back to, what page is this on?
This is Shloka book 358.
358. Huge verse coming up. Go ahead.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Iti Shodashakam Nam Kali Kalmasha Nashanam Nata Parataro Paya Sarva Vedeshu Drishyate. The 16 words of the Hare Krishna mantra are especially meant for counteracting the sins of the age of Kali. To save oneself from the contamination of this age, there is no alternative but to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. After searching through all the Vedic literatures, one cannot find a method of religion for this age so sublime as the chanting of Hare Krishna.
Bravo, very nice. Nata parataru paya sarva vedeshu drishyate. And how about the Namashtakam that we say? Everyone who comes here on Saturday morning knows the Namashtakam. The first verse of the Namashtakam given to us by Priya Kishori. Okay, belt it out.
Nikila Shuti Mauli Ratnamala Dyuti Nirajita Pada Pankajanta Ai Mukta Kuler Upasyamanam Harinama Haritastvam Samshayami.
Paritastam Harinama Samshayami. Very good. So in this verse, Rupa Goswami says that all of the Shrutis have come together and they're performing a worship service. And they're shining their light on the holy name. Because throughout all the Vedas, the crown jewels, the Upanishads, and the Upanishads are shining their light on the holy name as the crown jewel of everything. Yes? But the Upanishads are only able to shine their light on the tips of the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord.
Yes, because they cannot enter into the complete personal understanding of the Lord. Therefore, the holy name is way above them.
There's another verse which Chaitanya Mahaprabhu quoted that says, will be after the initiation. I'll bring it out. Dure Harikatam Ritat. Shrutam Apya Upanishadam. Dure Harikatam Ritat. Yanna Santi Dravachchita. Kampashu. Now, this verse says that the utterances of the Upanishads are very far away from the nectar of Krishna Katha, because they don't awaken the ecstatic symptoms in the body and to make tears come from the eyes and things like that. Shrutam Apya Upanishadam. Dure Harikatamrita. Dure means they're very far away from Harikatamrita. Yanna Santi Dravachchitta Kampashu Pulakadaya. The hairs don't stand on end and tears don't come from the eyes, but they do from Harikata. Following Maharaj's thread. Now what we're going to do is we want to, we'll keep the vibration going. It can't stop today at any time. So we're going to turn our seats in a very artful way. Efficiently and artfully, we'll turn our seats so that we can participate in the fire yajna, which is about to take place. And there's going to be a few minutes for setting up. So Govinda Charan Prabhu will lead us in chanting the chapter 12 of the Bhagavad Gita all together. And we'll do that in about 30 seconds as soon as we turn the seats around. Make it look really nice, though. Go Premanande Hari Hari Bo.
Srimad Bhagavad Gita, chapter 12. Arjuna Uvacha Evam Satata Yukta Ye Bhakta Swam Pariyupasate Echapyaksharam Avyaktam Tesham Ke Yoga Vittama. Arjuna inquired, which are considered to be more perfect? Those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Vesha Mano Ye Mam Nitya Yukta Upasate Shaddaya Parayo Petas Te Me Yukta Tamamataha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. Etvaksharam anirdesham avyaktam pariupasate sarvatragam achintyam cha kutastam achalam dhruvam sanniyam yendriyagramam sarvatra samabuddhayaha te prapnuvanti mameva sarvabhutahite rataha. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed, and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieve me. Klesho adhikatarastesham avyakta sakta chetasam avyakta hi gatir dukkham dehavadbir avapyate. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. Etu sarvani karmani mayi sanyasya matpara ananyena eva yogena mam dhyayanta upasate teshamaham sammudarta mrityu sangsara sagarat bhavamina chirat partha mai aveshita chetasam. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Pritha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Mayeva mana adashtva mayi buddhim niveshaya nivaishyasi mayeva ata urdvam na sangshayaha. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always without a doubt. Ata chittam samadhatum na shaknoshi mayi stiram abhyasa yogena tato mam ichchaptum dhananjaya. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. Abhyasepi asamartosi matkarma paramo bhava madartam api karmani kurvan siddhim avapsyasi. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. Ataitad api ashaktosi kartum madhyogam ashitaha sarva karma phalatyagam tatakuru yatatmavan. If, however, you are unable to work in this consciousness of me, then try to act, giving up all results of your work, and try to be self-situated. Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasad jnanad dhyanam vishishyate dhyanat karma phala tyagas tyaga chantir anantaram. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of action, for by such renunciation one can attain peace of mind. Adveshta sarva bhutanam maitra karuna evacha nirmamo nirahankara samadukka sukakshami santushta satatam yogi yatatma drita nishchayaha mayarpita mano buddhir yomad bhakta same priyaha. One who is not envious but is a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed on me, such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Yasmanodvijate loko lokanodvijate chayah harsha marsha bayodvegair mukto yah sacha me priyaha. He by whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is equipoised in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. Anapekshas shutirjesha udasino gatavyataha sarvaramba parityagi yomad bhakta same priyaha. My devotee, who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some result, is very dear to me. Yo na hrishyati na dveshti, na shochati na kankshati, shubha shubha parityagi, bhakti manyahas esame priyaha. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things, such a devotee is very dear to me. Samashatrocha mitrecha tata manapamanayo shitoshna sukadukeshu samasanga vivarjitaha tulya nindastutir mauni santushto yena kenachit aniketastira matir bhakti man me priyo naraha. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with anything, who doesn't care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge, and who is engaged in devotional service. Such a person is very dear to me. Yetu dharmamritam idam etoktam pariupasate shraddadana matparama bhaktaste tive me priyaha. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
That's it. Sound, no sound.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
It can be brought Krishna
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
You can do it.
Here only.
Our
Could the initiates come?
Yeah. We do need them. Somehow the third cushion there. Is there an unexpected guest coming? Or?
Her pati.
Okay.
No, but he wants to sit close. Is that okay? Yeah. Make him a nice seat. No? Okay. All right, so we're going to perform purification ceremony by saying Achman. So everyone please repeat after me. Om apavitra pavitrova sarvavastam gatopiva yasmare pundarikaksham sababhya abhyantara shuchihi Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu. Now please take the Achman cup and the Achman spoon in your left hand. Place 3 drops in your right hand. And say the mantra, Om Kesavaya Namaha.
Om Kesavaya Namaha.
And sip. Om Narayanaya Namaha.
Om Narayanaya Namaha.
Om Madhavaya Namaha.
Om Madhavaya Namaha.
Om Apavitra Pavitrova Sarvavastam Gatopiva Yasmare Pundarikaksham Sababhya Abhyantara Shuchihi Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu. Please say Achman again. Om Kesavaya Namaha.
Om Kesavaya Namaha.
Om Narayanaya Namaha.
Om Narayanaya Namaha.
Om Madhavaya Namaha.
Om Madhavaya Namaha.
Om Apavitra Pavitrova Sarvavastan Gatopiva Yasmare Pundarikaksham Sababhya Abhyantara Shuchihi Shri Vishnu Om Kesavaya Namaha. Is it 3 times? We already did 3 times. Okay. So this mantra says that whatever state one is in, pure or impure, if one remembers the lotus-eyed Supreme Personality of Godhead, then his whole existence becomes pure. So we're going to now chant the Brahma Samhita to remember the lotus-eyed Lord. And we'll begin with the Ishvara Paramakrishna and go right to Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu, all the way to the end. And then after that, His Holiness Bhakti Raghava Swami will give a lecture about the initiation ceremony today and give his blessings. And then there'll be we'll start the fire, there'll be a name ceremony and the vows, and then we'll complete the fire yajna after that.
So somebody is already received and is sitting on the jaga also, is it?
What's
Someone,
that?
Huh?
Husband.
Oh, okay.
Support.
Okay. Hare Krishna.
Ishvara Paramakrishna Sakchit Ananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam Chintamani Prakara Sadma Sukalpa Vriksha Laksha Vriteshu Surabira Pipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Shata Sambrama Sevyamanam Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Venum Kwanantam Aravindam Dalaya Taksham Bharavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Kandarpakoti Kamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Alola Chandra Kala Sadvanamalya Vamshi Radnangadam Pranaya Keli Kalavilasham Shyamantri Bangalalitam Niyata Prakasham Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yassa Sakalendriya Vrittimanti Pashanti Panti Kalayanti Chiram Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadujvala Vigrahasya Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Advaitam Achutam Anadim Anantarupam Adyam Purana Purusham Navayovanam Cha Vedeshu Durlabam Adurlabam Matma Bhaktau Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Pantastu Koti Shatavatsara Sambragamyo Vayoradhapi Manaso Munipungavanam Sopyastiya Prapadasimya Vichintya Tatve Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ekopya Saura Charitum Jagadanda Kotim Yashakti Rasti Jagadanda Chayaya Dantaha Andanta Rasta Paramanu Chayanta Rastam Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yadbhava Bhavita Diyo Manujasta Taiva Samprapya Rupa Mahima Shayanana Bhusha Suktaryameva Nagama Pratitaistu Vanti Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ananda Chinmaya Rasa Pratibhavitavis Tabirya Eva Nijarupataya Kalabhi Goloka Eva Nivasatya Kilatma Bhuto Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Premanjana Churita Bhakti Vilochanena Santaksa Deva Hridayeshi Vilokayanti Yam Shama Sundaram Achintya Gunaswarupam Govinda Mari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ramari Muti Shukalani Amena Tishtan Nanavataram akarod bhuvaneshu kintu Krishna swayam samababat paramapumanyo Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Yasya prabha prabhapato jagadanda koti Koti shrishesha vasudari vibhuti binnam Tad brahmanishkalam anantam ashesha bhutam Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Maya hiyasya jagadanda shatani sute Traigunyatad vishaya veda pitayamana Sadvavalambi parasadvam vishuddha sadvam Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Ananda chinmaya rasatmataya manasu Yapraninam pratipalam smaratamupetya Lilayatena bhuvanani jayatya jastram Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Goloka namni nijadamni taleta tasya Devi mahesha haridama suteshu teshu Tete prabhava nichaya vidhatascha yena Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Shristi stiti pralaya sarana shakti reka Chayeva yasya bhuvanani viparti durga Ichanurupam apiyasya chacheshta tesa Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Shiram yatad vikad vishesha yogad Sanjayate nahitata pratagasti heto Yasham bhutam apitata samupaiti karyad Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Departureva hidashantanamabhyapetya Dipayate vrvatahetu samana dharma Yastadrageva hicha vishnu chaya vibhati Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Nakaranarnabhajale bhajati sma yoga Nidramananta jagadanda saromakupaha Adhara shaktim avalambya param samurtim Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Yasyaika nishvisita kalamata valambya Jivanti loma vilaja jaganandanata Vishnur mahansa ihayasya kala vishesho Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Bhasvanyatasma sakaleshu nijeshu tejaha Swayam kiya prakatayatha vidadvadatra Brahmaya esha jagadanda vidhana karta Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Yatpada pallava yugam vinidaya kumbha Dvande pranama samaye saganadi rajaha Vignan vidhantam alamasya jagatrayasya Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Agnir mahi ganganamam mumuruti shasya Kalastatatma manasiti jagatrayani Yasmad bhavanti vibhavanti vishanti yamcha Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Churdesha savita sakalagrahanam Raja samasta suramuti rashesha tejaha Yastyagnaya pramati sambratakala chakro Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Dharmo tapapa nichaya shrutayastapamsi Brahmadikita patagavadayascha jivaha Yadatra matra vibhava prakata prabhavaha Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Yastvindra gopamatavendra mohosa karma Bandaru rupa palabhajana matanoti Karmani nirdahati kintu cha bhakti bhajam Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Yam krodha kama sahaja pranayari bhiti Vatsalya moha guru gaurava sevya bhavahe Sanchintya tassa sadrishintarama purete Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Sriya kanta kanta parama purusha kalpataravo Druma bhumischintamani garamai toyamamritam Kataganam natyam gamanam apivam shri priyasaki Chidanandam jyoti paramapi taraswadyam apicha Sayatra shiradi sravati surabhibhyasya sumahan Nime sardhyakyo va vratati nahi atrapi samayaha Bhaje shweta dvipam tamaham iha golokamitiyam Virantaste shantakshiti viralachara katipaye Ato vacha mahavishnur bhagavantam prajapatim Brahman mahabba vignane praja sarge chichinmatihi Pancha shloki mimam vidyam bhatta tattvam dibodame Prabhude jnana bhakti vyamayananda chinmayi Udetinatama bhakti bhagavat prema lakshana Pramanaistat saracharaistatapyase narantaram Bodhayanatmanatmanam bhaktimapyuttamam labed Yasya shreyaskaram nasti yaya nivirtum apnuyat Yasarayati mameva bhaktim tameva sarayet Dharman manyan parityaja mamekam bhaja vishwasan Yadrishi adrishi shraddha siddhir bhavati tadrishi Kurvanyanantaram karma loko yamanavartate Tenaiva karmana dhyayam mam param bhaktimichyati Aham hi vishwasya characharasya bijam pradhanam prakritihi pumamscha Maya hitam teja idam vibarshi Vide videhi tomato jaganti Ishvara parama Krishna sakchirananda vigraha Anadirarya govinda sarva karana karana Tisri brahma sangita sampurnam Hari Om
Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Jasuranandana Brajadana Ranjana Jasuranandana Brajadana Ranjana Jamuna Tira vanachari Yamuna tira vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunda Vihari Madhava Jai Radha Madhava Kunda Vihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivara Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivara Suranandana Brajadana Randana Suranandana Brajadana Randana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunda Vihari Madhava Jaya Radha Madhava Kunda Vihari Jai Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Radhe Radha Jaya Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Radha Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Gaura Pimandi Om Ajnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam. Everyone can kindly repeat after me. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narotamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayam Udiraya Nasta Prayesha Padreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavati Utamashloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naishtiki Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Mukham karoti vachalam pangom langayate girim Yat kripat maham bande Sri Gurum Dinataranam Yat kripat maham bande Sri Gurum Dinataranam. So this morning we will be reading from the Srimad Bhagavatam, a verse which is well known to all the devotees who attend Bhagavatam classes because we recite that verse every single morning. It is from one of my favorite chapters of the Bhagavatam, probably not only my favorite chapter, but second chapter of the first canto, which is dealing with the science of Bhakti or devotional service, and which is entitled Divinity. Thank you. Divinity and Divine Service. So this is text number 18, and you can all repeat after me. Nasta prayesha badrishu nityam bhagavata sevaya bhagavati utamashloke bhaktir bhavati naishtiki nasta destroyed prayeshu almost nil abhadreshu all that is inauspicious nityam regularly bhagavata Srimad Bhagavatam or the pure devotee sevaya by serving Bhagavati unto the personality of Godhead Uttama transcendental shloke prayers bhakti loving service bhavati comes into being naishtiki irrevocable. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. By regular attendance in classes on the Bhagavatam and by rendering of service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed, and loving service unto the personality of Godhead, who is praised with transcendental songs, is established as an irrevocable fact. Kindly repeat after me. By regular attendance in classes on the Bhagavatam, and by rendering of service to the pure devotee, all that is troublesome to the heart is almost completely destroyed, and loving service unto the personality of Godhead, who is praised with transcendental songs, is established as an irrevocable fact. Purport. Here is the remedy for eliminating all inauspicious things within the heart, which are considered to be obstacles in the path of self-realization. The remedy is the association of the Bhagavatas. There are two types of Bhagavatas, namely the book Bhagavata and the devotee Bhagavata. Both the Bhagavatas are competent remedies, and both of them, or either of them, can be good enough to eliminate the obstacles. A devotee Bhagavata is as good as the book Bhagavata, because the devotee Bhagavata leads his life in terms of the book Bhagavata, and the book Bhagavata is full of information about the personality of Godhead and his pure devotees, who are also Bhagavatas. Bhagavata book and person are identical. The devotee Bhagavata is a direct representative of Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead. So by pleasing the devotee Bhagavata, one can receive the benefit of the book Bhagavata. Human reason fails to understand how, by serving the devotee Bhagavata or the book Bhagavata, one gets gradual promotion on the path of devotion. But actually, these are facts explained by Srila Narada Deva, who happened to be a maidservant's son in his previous life. The maidservant was engaged in the menial service of the sages, and thus he also came into contact with them. And simply by associating with them and accepting the remnants of foodstuff left by the sages, the son of the maidservant got the chance to become the great devotee and personality, Srila Narada Deva. These are the miraculous effects of the association of Bhagavatas. And to understand these effects practically, it should be noted that by such sincere association of the Bhagavatas, one is sure to receive transcendental knowledge very easily, with the result that he becomes fixed in the devotional service of the Lord. The more progress is made in devotional service under the guidance of the Bhagavatas, the more one becomes fixed in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. The messages of the book Bhagavata, therefore, have to be received from the devotee Bhagavata, and the combination of these two Bhagavatas will help the neophyte devotee to make progress on and on eternally. So I felt I just had to choose this verse today because I'm very fortunate to get the association of all of you, and I know for a fact that the devotees here who are serving, especially under the good guidance of Vaisesika Prabhu, are into the Bhagavat Seva. And this is, as we are seeing from the verse, both the book Bhagavatam, or the book Bhagavata, and those who are living the teachings of the book Bhagavata, they are actually identical. And by association either with the book or with someone who is a living book, so to speak, who is living the teachings, then one, by such association, one receives actually, one becomes eligible to receive transcendental knowledge. One gets the opportunity to understand about bhakti or devotional service. And as it is nicely explained also in this first canto of the Bhagavatam, the more one practices, the more one applies the process, the more one becomes fixed. Then, actually, there's one very nice verse which is another famous verse, whereby actually Srila Prabhupada, when he went, or when he came rather, to America, I had to be careful. When he came to America, you will recall in his poem that he had written, he quotes these 5 verses beginning with Nasta. No, the first verse is Srinvatam Swakatha Krishna. And then he goes on to explain how when one becomes fixed, when one's mind is able to transcend especially the lower modes of material nature, mode of passion, mode of ignorance, and to become fixed in the mode of goodness. Evam prasana manaso. The mind becomes prasana. The mind becomes peaceful. And it is only, Srila Prabhupada explains, when one's mind becomes peaceful, that one can nicely engage in the devotional service of the Lord. Evam prasana manaso Bhagavat Bhakti Yogata. Bhagavat Bhakti, devotional service to Bhagavan. And the more one nicely engages in the process of devotional service, what happens afterwards is also very important. Bhagavat Tattva Vijnanam. One receives actually transcendental knowledge. Krishna from within the heart reveals himself more and more, and we regain, we gradually regain our original transcendental position, because actually the spirit soul is eternally having these qualities, isn't it, of Satchitananda, full of knowledge. And then that, actually when you were asking earlier about verses that explain about liberation, this is one of them, because Bhagavat Tattva Vijnana Mukta Sangasya Jayate. One gets the opportunity to actually become a mukta jiv, liberated soul from the pangs of this material world, and thereby becomes qualified to again return to the kingdom of God. So today is indeed a most auspicious day for all of us, being Janmastami, and also on Janmastami to have this ceremony of Diksha or initiation. It is giving us that opportunity, especially those who are taking initiation. Today we have both Harinam initiation and Brahmana initiation, giving that opportunity to actually enter Krishna's family in a formal way by receiving Harinam, and by thus getting an opportunity to associate with the devotees, and by getting an opportunity to put into practice the process of bhakti or devotional service. So all of the devotees here actually who are engaged in this book distribution, Srila Prabhupada, actually if we look at the explanation given by Srila Prabhupada, how the holy name, when we receive initiation, we formally receive the holy name. We are initiated in the transcendental holy name of the Lord. And that holy name is not different from the Lord as well. And there's an intimate link and connection between the holy name and the holy books, especially Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada actually, in his first of 4 movements we were discussing the other day, the first of the 4 movements described by Srila Prabhupada are based first on the holy name, and that holy name is expanded, so to speak, in a book form. And that is why Srila Prabhupada spoke about the Brihat Mridanga, isn't it? The holy name can only be heard within a short distance, whereas the books which contain the holy name, the message of the holy name, which are non-different from the holy name, can be introduced and can circulate all over the world and reach hundreds and thousands of people. So it is a perfect combination, actually, of the holy name and these transcendental literatures, especially the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is described as the Grantaraj, the king of all granthas, the king of all scriptures, simply by having the presence of such books in our homes, our whole lives actually, our home becomes totally purified. And what to speak of handing this, giving an opportunity to someone to receive these transcendental literatures, then their whole lives also become completely transformed. This is, especially on a day like Janmastami, we should understand the Lord appears, especially, well, we know for 3 purposes, isn't it? Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya chaduskritam dharma samstapanartaya sambhavami juge juge. To give his association to the devotees, to protect his devotees, to give pleasure to his devotees, and secondly, to annihilate those who are miscreants. Of course, Lord Chaitanya, his process of annihilating the miscreants is by the chanting of the holy name, by distributing the holy name, and dharma samstapanartaya, to re-establish the principles of dharma. We as devotees, especially when we make this commitment, isn't it, to actually receive initiation, formal initiation, is the most important commitment, the most important vows that we take in our lives. And that gives us an opportunity to actually, in a more committed way, to become assistants, menial assistants, just like here in the purport, Srila Prabhupada giving a nice example of Narad as a young boy. He became the menial servant of the Bhaktivedantas, saintly persons who were in his home for a few months during the rainy season. Likewise, we, especially when we take initiation, we have that opportunity to become menial servants of the Lord in reestablishing especially the principles of Dharma. Dharma is meant to be the life and soul for each and every devotee, but especially more so for those who are initiated, because one takes or makes that commitment that I will, in a more committed manner, in a more surrendered frame of mind or mood, I will endeavor to serve in the mission of the Lord. And that mission of the Lord, of course, is carried out by various representatives of the Lord, and especially for all of us who are members of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, by the founder, Acharya. Our success, our advancement in spiritual life, our qualification more and more as devotees to become eligible to return to the spiritual world, is how well, how surrendered we become in the mission of Srila Prabhupada. And of course, it's very important for every single member of the society, and once again, more so for those who are formally becoming initiated, to really more deeply understand what is the mission. It's actually there are so many missions around the world, so many organizations, so many individuals, so many groups who are having, this mission, that mission. Srila Prabhupada explains, and we can easily understand also, how the most important mission on the planet is always a mission that is in connection with saving souls, conditioned souls, from the clutches of Maya, from the ongoing perpetual miseries that are there here in the material world. So one who is becoming initiated enters in a formal way this transcendental family of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, of Krishna, and gets this opportunity to assist. It's a very wonderful opportunity to actually free ourselves the more we become absorbed. Just like Srila Prabhupada, by personal example, as we know, he was totally absorbed in the mission of his Guru Maharaj, isn't it? He took to heart the words, the few times that his Guru Maharaj spoke to him. Srila Prabhupada, as we know, did not meet his Guru Maharaj many times. He just within, I think, not more than within 10, less than 10 times he actually spoke or had opportunity to exchange with his spiritual master. One time, someone was asking, what instruction, or what did you ask your Guru Maharaj? Because that's important. One, as we hear from the Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, one of the important qualifications for a disciple is to be inquisitive. That verse, tadvidi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. So mental disposition, inquisitiveness, and then wanting to render service. These are the three qualifications actually for a disciple. Anyone who wants to become an ideal disciple should focus on these three. So when someone was asking Srila Prabhupada, what did you ask? Out of curiosity, what did you ask your Guru Maharaj? And then Srila Prabhupada replied, when I met my Guru Maharaj, I asked my Guru Maharaj how I can serve you. How can I serve you? How can I serve your mission? This is the proper mood and mentality that all of us should cultivate. And the more we have this in the forefront, then, because the mission of the Lord is very big, there's unlimited services to be rendered actually. And if we have that disposition, that inclination, that desire, that sincerity to serve Krishna from within the heart, and Krishna through his different representatives, especially the spiritual master, perfection of the disciple actually is to understand the inner desires and the inner thoughts, the inner mood of his spiritual master. So in this way, especially those who are taking initiation today should already actually are nicely engaged. Not only actually the whole yatra here is nicely engaged in understanding and executing, especially this aspect of bringing Krishna consciousness through these transcendental literatures. It will always remain. I mean, these four main activities that Srila Prabhupada spoke about are standard. Standard means they're meant to continue in order for the mission to become more and more established, in order to reach out to more and more people. And this, I don't want to get into this very much, but did you want to say something? Okay. I thought you were signaling to someone. Okay. It's just like natural, your natural self. Okay. So Srila Prabhupada, in his genius and in his wisdom as well, he understood that actually, especially restless minds from the West, where we are totally, isn't it, especially in the Western countries, bombarded by allurements of Maya in so many ways. So Prabhupada had to devise so many ways to engage us. And he was expert at everything, including finding ways. And therefore, this is important for us to understand, to take advantage of these unlimited ways that Srila Prabhupada devised to engage us in his service, actually in Krishna's service. Prabhupada was not eager to engage us in his service. He wanted to engage us in Krishna's service. And so in this way, from the very beginning, when he established this mission, up to now as well, that's why it is so important to understand the desires and the mission of Srila Prabhupada, which is actually the desires and the mission of Krishna and of all the previous acharyas. And we should know that, well, some aspects we have been doing okay, but other aspects we have not yet fulfilled in Srila Prabhupada's mission. And therefore, it is a responsibility of each and every student or each and every disciple, each and every follower, anyone who's connected with this mission of Srila Prabhupada. The essence of that mission, of course, is to somehow learn more and more about the science of bhakti, the science of devotion, devotional service,